Alrighty, tidy folkarinos. Guess I don't need this to be. Ooh! Yeah! Alright. With measles. Alright. So, I've got a bunch of things to do today. I'm gonna start by moving that, turning you guys a little bit so you can just, watch my backside. Alright, so things I need to do before leaving. I'm not going to do the glass again. Do that in Arizona if I really need to. I need to build the power adapter still. I still have not done that for whatever reason. I bought two dash cams. Identical boys, these guys. They are VCAR V100-5 4K cameras. I was hoping they would do a thing that they do not do. I might end up taking them apart and making them do that later. That's not a today thing because I got shit to do and places to be. But it has a little inbuilt speaker, it has a microphone, and it takes a little SD card there. One of them, I thought I had 228 gig SD cards. Apparently I only have the one. So the front one's going to get the 128 gig, the rear one's going to get the 32 gig that comes with the thing. I'm just going to have to stop with 32 gigs at 3-minute recordings a piece, because it's a dash cam, not a webcam. And about 500 meg each recording. That means I get about 3.2 hours of drive time before I have to dump the card. So, considering that's about the time between fill-ups, every time I stop to get gas, which will turn my 18-hour trip into a 21-hour trip, I'm going to pull the card, transfer the files to ASUS gaming laptop, and look forward to a video that is cut together from 3-minute segments. I have no idea how that's going to turn out, but what I was going to do is I was going to time-lapse the whole damn thing anyway. So I might end up running the ASUS and the Logitech anyway, either in a record or a stream. I'm not sure which. Microphone, can I set you like up here? I mean, not up there obviously, but like, up there. Not like that. But yeah, I was going to take the ASUS and hook up the Canon one facing out one direction, probably the rear, and the Logitech facing out the front, and just record and or stream, if I can stream. That's something else we'll talk about here in a minute. Just the whole trip, just the drive each way. And the first video that I plan to release was going to be, something silly like, I drove 1,000 miles to replace these brake pads after I did whatever the first simple job my buddy needed me to get done. Because I think that would make a great video title. I drove 1,000 miles to replace some brake pads. And literally the video would be time lapse of drive down to like, I don't even know, like 2-3 minutes, I guess. I'm not going to stick around through 15 minutes of highway time lapse. I don't imagine anybody else will either. So what I figure is do kind of a time lapse, slow down anything that's relevant, maybe do some voiceover, I don't know, but then get down there, record the job, time lapse half the job, and do a thing with my buddy, be like, get us on camera. Yeah, it's funny that I just drove 1,000 miles just to do that job, That was the hope. I don't know if it'll actually it'll actually work out that way? I guess we'll find out. I do kind of want to just try and see if I can't get mobile network and stream working. I think that would be just an interesting little experiment. Anyway, I have stuff to do today. I've got to update the laptop bracket because I want to move it where it sits is good for tuning. Pretty sure the tune's done. I have not found any other sections that are hiccups. I could go in and like tweak little pockets of the fuel map, but the ignition map is in pretty good shape. I need to smooth the ignition map. I do need to do some smoothing. But that's I can do that without the car even. Just bring the laptop out, hook it up, update the map when I'm done, and that's it. Because ignition map, you don't really want it. You know, you don't want an ignition map to have funny shapes. Ideally, you want your ignition map to be kind of smooth-ish. As smooth-ish as you can feasibly get it with the resolution that you're working with. Which I would much prefer to have exactly double the resolution in the tuning program that I have currently. But it's what I've got. So, I need to update the laptop bracket, still need to build the power adapter. Which is, that's going to take 15-20 minutes, it's not that hard. I need to install the heater cores. I'm doing two. Put two heater cores in. Coolant parallel, airflow path parallel, and we're going to see if that gives me more heat in the cabin. To that end, I then also need to find the climate control panel and its associated wire harness, because I removed them, removing all the dash bits that were, you know, superfluous and I don't need the HVAC system, all that. I also want to need to install the floppy seatbelt holder thing. I kind of want to pull the plugs and check the plugs, because what's in there right now is 5 coppers. So I've got hotter coppers in there for right now. I normally run 6s, which are 1 step colder. Also, I don't know if anybody noticed. Well, there's nobody in there anyway, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Okay. Oh, so where's the? Hold on. I just noticed a thing mid-sentence. I just noticed a thing. Yay! You can multi-stack stuff in OBS now. Yay! Oh, it's as small as you can go. Fine. Well, sure. Yeah, I don't know where the Oh, you open it to do that. Okay. Cool. Anyway, I did go do a thing. So I took the Logitech apart, and I thought, so the way the Logitech is built, there's a little like annular ring that sits just behind the lens carrier on the camera assembly, the sensor assembly. Okay? You've got the whole camera, got like a little carriage, the CMOS sensor, a motor, you have the lens tube, and then the lens and lens carrier, and then right between that lens carrier and the motor, there's like a little gap, and that is the outer frame for the element for the whole camera assembly. The upper lip of that is the outer frame edge that holds the motor in place for the autofocus. Right? And you can see when it autofocuses, if you watch the edge there, right? You watch like the edges of the video. You see they do actually move. So it is a physical autofocus. This whole time I thought it was a software autofocus. And I thought beating on it was simply catharsis alone. Turns out that's not the case, it's a physical autofocus. Which is kind of a good thing, because I opened it up and I got in there, and what I thought was happening, because half the time it wouldn't focus, it would focus one way, but it couldn't focus back the other way. And you'd whack it on something and it would start working again. It was like, okay, what the hell's that all about? So I figured it was, what's a common problem is that little annular ring, which I'm not quite sure what it's there for. But it comes off the upper frame assembly behind the lens carrier, and it just falls down between the lens carrier and the outer frame assembly. And it prevents the motor from actually moving the lens back and forth to get you focused. What I thought was happening was that thing had fallen off and it was just kind of dingly-dangling there. And every time I whacked it, it would move back into place, and the lens would shoot back to where it's supposed to be, and then it couldn't fall again until it had to focus all the way out, and it would fall into that little ridge, and then it couldn't focus anymore. That's what I thought. Pulled it apart. Nope, that annular ring is secured correctly. It ain't come off. So I turned on the camera and I futzed with the lens and lens carrier. The lens carrier is threaded, and it threads onto the tube that leads down to the CMOS sensor element. Another common problem with these things is that when they built the things, I guess, they didn't adjust them quite right on a lot of them, I guess. I don't know in a manufacturing process exactly what would cause so many cameras to be affected by a focus problem because the lens is an incorrect distance from the sensor. The only thing I can think of is they were using some faulty software, and the software was adjusting it, and they just have a little deal that with a stepper motor or something that adjusts the lens based on data out of the camera. Actually, it wouldn't even be data out of the camera. It'd be data out of the camera element, not the whole thing. You wouldn't do this after the thing's assembled. You would do it after you built the little camera box assembly. So, I don't know. I futzed with it a little bit. Got it working a little bit better, I think. I only turned it like 30 degrees 40 degrees, maybe? Wasn't that far, honestly. But I do feel like the picture is a little bit more crisp, and the autofocus appears to work a little bit better. So I wonder if, because the autofocus looks like it's faster now. If you watch that, that took about half a second, 3/4 of a second to focus. And before, it would just sit there stuck, not focusing, until you moved something up to the camera and away again, and then it would seek, it would hunt, which was weird. Jesus. Wonder if it's got to do with talking. Que pasó, Colleen? I got stuff to do. All kinds of stuff. I'm just sitting here talking, thinking about anything else I might need to get done. So I need to doing that. Need to do laundry. Wash my bedding and stuff before I leave, so it's not all stinky, because I'm probably going to be gone for like a month. I don't know that I'm going to be streaming for this month that I'm gone, because the shop, my buddy's shop, doesn't have an internet connection at all, and my mom's internet connection at her house is like 15 meg, 20 meg, which, in all honesty, I'm only using 20 kilobits of that. I'd only be using like 5%. 10%. But I don't know if I'll have the ability to stream. And this stuff right here is kind of why wherever I go, I make sure there's 1 meg available and I get 1 meg. Because I have to have a reliable, decently fast internet connection for doing whatever the hell it is I'm doing right now, streaming and uploading videos, right? But I'm preparing for my trip. After I unloaded my toolbox, when I loaded it up the other day, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go. And then I'm like, well, I got stuff to do, so maybe I shouldn't. And then some of that had to be car stuff. So I ended up unloading the toolbox, and now it's just all back in like the toolbox. Oh, it's cloudy today, actually. Where's this morning's weather report? It is 44 degrees Fahrenheit, about 6-7 Celsius in the garage this morning. That's not bad. I like it. I gotta change the laptop bracket. That's gonna be fun. So I would have put pieces. I also would have changed the flat. So I'm just gonna cut that one off and build another one. So that's low priority. I can deal without it. I don't need the laptop bracket. It's all going to depend on the other stuff I need to get done. I want to install my floppy seatbelt bracket, which is over here somewhere. Somewhere. Where'd you go? Uh-oh. Rutro, Raggy. Pero donde está? Oh, there you are. It was right there the whole time! Install my floppy seatbelt bracket, because the one that's on there is the one off the Civic's front seat, the original, the factory front seat, and it's rigid. And I understand why they did it that way. The factory car had a little center console, a little armrest thing, and if you had a floppy seatbelt, it could fall down in there and be kind of annoying to get to. So I have actually, I don't think I'm going to change the laptop bracket for this trip. Look at the belly. Because I use the laptop bracket as an armrest. I'm not going to change the laptop bracket and then build an armrest before I leave. I might build an armrest. I might have John help me build an armrest when I get down there. That might be an idea. Because he always likes helping me out with my stupid projects in my car. He always laughs at them. Thinks they're funny. I think they're funny too. Probably why we get along. But I've got to install 2 heater cores, which are over there. I know where they're at. One of them I sort of took apart, so I might not use it. I might use the other one. I have 3. I have a brass, an aluminum one, and 2 brass ones, brass copper. One of the brass coppers I removed the tube on because I bought it for a different car, the previous model of the Civic, and the tubes aren't shaped the same. So I'm just going to pull the tubes out, solder them back into the other one, and be done with it. But then I got looking at the factory heater core, the one I pulled out. And kind of the reason I pulled it out was because my tubes are bad. The heater core itself is fine. The tubes are bad. So I'm like, there's no point in using these same broken, shitty tubes when that's just going to put me in the same boat that I was already in, where they leak half the time because the tubes are deformed and you can't clamp a hose to it correctly. So I got some T's, and I'm going to install probably the one I removed the tube from, because that one doesn't have the messed up. Actually, I can use the Civic's factory one because it doesn't have to come through the firewall. I can just set it down in the. I got a bunch of cardboard, so I'm going to take cardboard, build a box, an air box, that's just going to push heat somewhere. No idea where. I guess when I get 2 heater cores in there and get them taped into a piece of cardboard, then I'll figure out where I want the vent to be. Because then I can just take and build a little cardboard vent however the hell I want it to come out. This could be a good opportunity. Oh, take a little bit longer though. This could be a good opportunity to test my manifold idea. What I think I want to do with the HVAC is I think I want to design it with manifolds instead of multi-pathed air. So what I'm thinking is you have your blower, right? And then on top of the blower you have your recycle fresh air door. I want to keep the recycled fresh air door because sometimes you want fresh air. Most of the time you want fresh air, unless you're running the HVAC. If you're running the HVAC, heat or cold, you want recycled air. Because you're applying a heating effect, one way or the other, removing a heat or adding a heat, you're applying a heating effect to already affected air. And that's what you want to do. If you're running the HVAC at all, you want to run it on recycle. Unless somebody farts in the car, then you open it up for a minute, crack a window, when the smell's gone, roll it back up. Yeah. Recycled air. Doesn't matter. Heat, cold. The only times you want fresh air are if you crack the window and you're not using the HVAC system, but you want air to flow through the car. Put it on fresh air. Air will flow through your HVAC system and out your window, assuming you only have it cracked a little bit. If you have it full open, then it probably, it depends on the body shape of the car at that point. But then Venturi effect, it's sort of Bernoulli's principle. The Venturi effect with a cracked window and fresh air in your HVAC will suck the air from wherever the vents are and whatever setting you have it on straight out the window, because of the air passing by the window acts like, a Venturi. Because the air right beside the body is higher velocity, lower pressure than the air that is inside the cabin, which is lower velocity and higher pressure. So air wants to go where there's less pressure. Bam-a-lam, air flows out of your cabin. But what I'm thinking, after rambling, is I'm thinking, and see, since I fixed the thing, sometimes I look up, or I'll be over here and I'll look back real quick, and it'll not be focused, it'll just like, and because I'm not seeing it, for sure, doing the thing, I can't verify, I can't diagnose a problem that I can't replicate repeatedly, regularly, easily, reliably. There's a word for that. The hell was I talking about? Oh yeah. Manifold. So instead of having the air comes in, and then you have a blend door that chooses a path for the air, and depending on how far open the blend door is to each path, each of those paths gets, that much air. What I want to do is I want to have the blower box come in to a big chamber, a plenum. And when I say big, it's all relative, right? So it's going to be like this big. And for air, in an HVAC system, that's a big chamber, effectively. But I want it to come in there. I haven't quite figured out the actuation mechanism yet for... I've had two ideas. I don't know which will be better. I think the second one would be better. Okay? Now hear me out. Blower, plenum, control doors. We'll call it refrigerant and cooling, right? So we call it cool and hot. So idea one is have the doors at the bottom, no, that's idea two. Okay, well, flop them then. Idea one is probably the better way. Doors at the bottom. So you have two doors at the bottom, and because your plenum it wraps around the door element, so you have your door, and the plenum's going to be like, bigger than the door. So as the door opens, it can come down to a wall, right? And those will probably be 45 degrees total actuation. I'm going to have to... That's fine. We can do that. Just make a lever arm. It's all good. Okay. And then... So, if you want hot, what did I say? Hot, right? So if you want hot, you set it on hot, the cold door's closed, and the hot door's full open. As you move it to cold, the doors will do that number, right? And they have to move simultaneously, and they have to move the same amount. So, whenever you have it right in the middle, they're both 50% of their travel open, and the air can go through both of them, and then it comes up to another plenum where I'd have to have a mixing element of some kind. Otherwise, you'll get... Most people probably wouldn't notice it, but I definitely would notice it. Where you get... If you have it like in the middle somewhere, you get cold, hot, 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 cold, 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 hot, hot, cold, cold, hot, cold, cold. You get wisps of thermally different air, and it would be very annoying. Very annoying to me. So I'd have to have... What I'd probably do is just have grates. So you put 3 grates in. You have, 1, 2, 3, and they're, 20, 30 millimeters wide of a grid, right? Like a grill grid. You have this one that faces this way, this one that faces 45 degrees, this one that faces another 45 degrees. So that, A,
the grids are a physical obstruction, which will slow down the air a little bit and increase the pressure. Increased pressure will provide a region of mixing as air is coming up and trying to push the slower air out. It's going to come in and mix with it so that you get a more even thermal mixture, I guess you could call it. But it would also, as it comes through the grids, the air has to turn slightly because you don't put them the grid straight. You have just a little bit of an angle, like 5 degrees. And what that's going to do is the air is going to want to come in and follow that angle. So it's going to come in and go this way, right? It's going to want to go this way. And then you put a grid that's 45 to that. Now it's going to go this way. And then you put another one 45 to that. So the air is going to come out and do that without having to build like a turbine mixer or anything. You have space in between them, and they will mix. You could also do boundary layer mixing, or what would you call that? Turbulent flow mixing is what it would be, where you just put some obstruction of some kind in the way that allows the air to flow but causes a large amount of turbulence. So, and actually I might end up doing that. That might be the simpler way. So what that would be, you could do 2 or 3 posts essentially, but with little tiny protrusions, right? So you have a post with just little tiny, like little feather edges or something protruding from them, and you put one this way and one 90 degrees some distance away, and that would cause that stream to mix very, very well. They don't do that mostly because it's larger and probably more expensive in material to do that. And in manufacturing, you got to run lean, use only what you need to do the job you need to do, right? So, you know, that. But for today, it's just take 2 heater cores, put them side by side. I don't know what I'm probably just going to build a little cardboard slot thing that they can slide into and have 2 of them, one on each end, and then just build a little box around that. Tape it all together. I got plenty of tape. I use duct tape. Because I got duct tape. Actual duct tape. Not whatever the hell that stuff is that they call duct tape these days. Vinyl, nylon reinforced vinyl tape. That's not actually duct tape. I have duct. Well, I guess it was. When it was designed, that was what we used as tape for ductwork. But now we use aluminum tape. Now that we have manufacturing to make aluminum that thin, we use aluminum tape, and that is duct tape. And I like the aluminum tape as duct tape much better because it's actually made of a metal, which is cool. I need to grab the master in the fridge. Oh, pardon-moi. I shall return momentarily. Yeah, it's another one of those days where it's like, I don't know. It's not hard to find motivation. I have the motivation. I need to do it. I guess you'd say finding the energy to do the task. Which is kind of why I'm addicted to these again. But I'm also trying to think of anything else that I might need, because I know I'm going to be packing everything into the car and be like, crap, I need to do this before I go. And then it's going to be like, oh, well, that's going to be another day, and now it's got to wait. Because if it was just a weekend trip, it'd be put some shit in a duffel bag, load up my blankets, head out. Easy peasy. But it's not a weekend trip. It's kind of a, I don't know what you call it. Not moving trip, but it's like, I don't know, it's a long-term trip. So with long-term trip on the horizon, I need to make sure things are in order before I head out, i.e. laundry done so my bed doesn't smell, or I don't have a laundry basket full of dirty clothes that are going to continue growing bacterial cultures while I'm gone, making my room smell funny, etc., etc. I need to make sure I'm gathering everything and taking it with me. I might could build a yawn machine. Well, I already did. It's called me. Alright, so where we're at as it stands right now today. Pull up your seatbelt. Should take about an hour. Find the control panel and harness. I don't need to do anything else with it other than find it so that I can plug the damn thing back in and use it. I need to install the heater core. I need to build the power adapter. Smells like salt. Smells like sodium ions. Interesting. And then maybe update the laptop bracket, which I guess building the blower box is going to be a time-consuming thing, because it's iterative and it's slow and it's tape and cut and tape and cut and tape and cut, and it's really annoying. I do have a razor blade though, which is going to make it faster as opposed to using my knife. This razor blade, thinner metal, goes through cardboard faster. A little bit harder to control, but it doesn't need to be perfect because cardboard is not a permanent solution. So it should be okay. Also, just add another item. Well, I can use it. It's fine. Talking to myself. I'm thinking to myself. I'm myself. Get it? Get it? Get it? Okay, so what are we doing right this second? Easy stuff first, right? Easy stuff first. Oh. Also, I'll show you guys these things. The way that I'm going to mount the cameras in the car, because I don't like things on my windshield. I don't like things blocking my windscreen if I can avoid it. I don't like installing things on the glass. I've got these guys. Toggle magnets. I've always thought they were kind of dumb, but now they're going to come in handy. Don't ask me why I've always thought they were kind of dumb. I don't know. I just never really cared for them all that much. The bolt holes are 8x125, 8 mil by 1.25 threads per millimeter. Of which I have plenty in my bolt bin over there. That is, where you at? Of course, they're all going to be at the bottom, aren't they? All the big bolts are on top for some reason. There we go. Okay, so that right there is a 6x1 fender bolt. 6x1 fender bolt. Anytime you talk about this size of bolt, it's a 6x1 fender bolt. Okay? You gotta get the fender bolt. 6x1 fender bolt. Just hold down the fender on your guy. 6x1 fender bolt. Oh, come on. Boop. Would you just... Fine, I'll turn the damn frickin' camera. Is that better? So, I got a bunch of these guys. Honda uses 8125s on like... almost everything they don't use 6x1 fender bolts on. I think the coffee thing is talking. I think I'm just drying out my throat as I talk, which is, it's normal, it's gonna happen. Ain't nothing you can really do about it. So, what am I gonna do first? I guess I could do the power adapter. It's gonna be really easy, actually. For the power adapter, I'm gonna need the electronics bench out. Okay, lube on the floor, you're in the way. Oh. Thing that is roommate's present from girlfriend. You're in the way. He already knows it's heavy, so ain't no harm in making noise about it in the stream. But just in case he pops in, I'm not going to say anything about it. Other than it's slightly heavy. I kind of want to pull Shadow out, but then I kind of also don't. I have a sneaking suspicion the climate control is in that zone. But right now, that doesn't matter. Come on, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Drippity drip pan. You could come over here somewhere. That would be lovely. Okay, you. Okay, you. Also, one of these days, remind me, as everybody's stream has fucking died, one of these days, remind me, I've got my field box that I haven't used in a while because I haven't had a need to, but it's handy to have when you need it. Some parts in it are broken and it doesn't do the thing that I built it to do anymore. So remind me, one of these days, and I will repair. I need my garage to do it, so it won't be during this trip. It won't be down at my mom's house. I'm taking it with me because it has stuff inside that will be useful. But you guys remind me, I can do it on stream. I'll put the Canon, set the cameras all back up, like on the bench, looking down and looking across and blah, 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 all that. And we'll go through and update my field box, because I think you guys would like that, actually. I can make a video out of it, too, if that would be a better solution. Itchy in places that are best scratched off camera. And of course, I'm up and moving, and now I have to go to the bathroom. Of course I do. Of course I do. Why would I expect any different? It's okay, we're gonna clean the bench off first. Actually, I might need to. I'll find out. I'll get with John here in a bit. Okay, little Christmas present flashing lights from Joe Riley's. Was ist los? It's fine. All trash. Shitty Volkswagen seal that wasn't even sealed from the factory. Okay, that is organized. You guys will have to pardon me for a minute because I've got to potty. I better walk back. I've got to potty. I have returned. Which would have been a much better thing if the freaking caption hadn't been in the way. Because the whole arm flare and stuff. You know? Alright, so. Buttons on your pants. What I've got to do, see? What I've got to do. What I've got to do right here. What I've got to do. Move that. We're gonna turn you guys. Cable. Could you not? Thank you. We're gonna turn you guys just a little bit. Angle you down to look at the workbench. This here is a workbench. That's not a workbench. This is a workbench. Don't worry about it. We're also gonna need to see, there was other stuff I was gonna put in here. I have no idea what it is. Not gonna need hot air. Go on the thing, y'all. Plug. That's fine for now. Solder this in the electronics bench out. Tell you what, all you mofos out there in YouTube land, whatever deity it is that you pray to, I hope that you do so on my behalf, and I hope that whatever deity you pray to, should that be a thing that you do, that your deity listens. Actually, pull this foot out and look in it, because I think there's stuff in it I need. Because, my experience, driving on American roads, 40% of all drivers on American roads are intentionally making conscious, concerted efforts to cause harm or murder other drivers. That is a fact. It is not a suspicion. It is not a hunch. Okay. The heat shrink is all kinds of screwed up. Why are you all kinds of screwed up, heat shrink? Tell me. And I tell you, anybody who makes any claim to the contrary does not operate a vehicle of their own, or is simply stupid. Okay. It would appear my solder and flux are missing. Or they were in there. Are they not in there? How would they not be in there? Here. Uh-oh, Raggy. Solder and flux have disappeared. You can't do no soldering if you ain't got no solder or flux. Where the hell did it go? It's gotta be in the stove. Gotta be. Gotta be. Gotta be. Gotta be. Is it? Gotta be, but isn't. The shizzle dizzle. Oh, I bet you it's in here, isn't it? Yeah. I'm a dummy head. I'm a dummy head. It was in my field box. I had stuck it in my field box. Ah. Oh. I don't need heat shrink, do I? How big are those wires? I think 15 amps should be acceptable. I should build just a little panel. I can build a little panel. I think I'll build a little panel. Just so I have a hard mounting point. And actually... No, because I'd like to be able to make it... I'd like it portable. Okay, so what we're doing is we're sticking these alligator clips, kind of biggie boys technically, on the end of this power socket. And I'm going to do the same thing I do to the inverter, where I just clip onto my little, what you call it there. I'm going to move the chair, moving ein chair over. Moving ein AV cables, which yes, I realize is moving in English, ein one AV cables, English plural. I realize fully and completely what I'm saying. Ta-da! Oh, I've got to take that trash out too. Luckily, trash goes out tomorrow. Well, technically tonight. Because if they don't take it out... Oh, you've got to be kidding. You retards! Power cable. Bunch of cruncha. Ground cable. 8 inches. Fucking idiots. I don't think I have. I probably do, actually. I probably do. Hold on. Stand there. Stand by, stand by, stand by. I might have a thing. Just such an occasion. Actually, hey, okay. Not the thing I was wanting or expecting, but I'll take it. I have a roll of just black stranded, which appears to be 14 gauge. 12 gauge, 14 gauge, 12 gauge, 12 gauge. Yeah, like Doofenshmirtz. Why would he have an extension cable that small? What is he gonna do with it? Yeah, you can't really pick that up on camera. Go watch Phineas and Ferb. Dabba dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die. He's blue. Since they tinned the end of the wire like idiots. Why buy end of wire? Idiots. He has a blue house with a blue window. Why are the trees blue? I want to see a doctor about that. Wire up on table. He's blue, dabba dee, dabba die. Little bit too much flux. One of the greatest musical, I had a word for that, something or another, ever made. Soldering iron, I need you to, yes, wrap yourself up. Fit maintenance. Totally not the right tip for this. Also, we're just going to crank the heat. Because we need thermal mass. Yeah. Really should have done this as a lap connection instead of a twist connection. Like twisting wires. Oops. Come on. There you go. I had a little bit too much soda. It fell on the table. And yeah, I realize the camera angle ain't all that great. I'm not here to camera angle right now because I've got to do the thing. I've got to get it done in a reasonable amount of time. Next, we don't need you cranked up fully. I also don't think we're going to use you for the alligator clips. I think we're going to use hot air. So we'll get the heating element warmed up. Make sure the solder is not sitting there melting while I grab a couple of pieces of heat shrink. Ah! On the ground now. Dead wife is what I told her. Brass knife sent into my shoulder. Dead South. Go look them up. Good stuff. What did we figure out we called them? Prog grass? New grass? Bluegrass with a modern, kind of a modern take. There's one piece of heat shrink. There's another. Nice, good, tight connection. Nice, good, tight connection. Easy peasy. Now we're gonna pull the wire out. So we reach the end of one or the other, probably the black first. It's fine. I want them to be equalish lengths. Now this is going to be the fun part. Okay. Socket over there somewhere. do red first. Probably do this with a torch easier, honestly. Something heavy-ish. Hey, hey, where do you think you're going? Back here. Get back here. Okay, you don't need to be up so high. Now we've got things kind of warmish. Don't ever do what I'm doing. Thank you. Like I heard a car door. Of course, now that things have cooled off, I get a little hot again. Okay. Wires aren't big enough for the clamps, but the clamps got to be big enough for the bolts. So, this is what we've got. Camera, come here. I say, come here. Alright, so all I've done is heat that up. The solder did not wick up the wire the way that I wanted it to. Come on. This is not going to focus, is it? It's going to focus on the hand, not the freaking table. So, I'll cut that little bit of wire off. It's okay. It's alright. Of course, that's looking at the garage door. It's fine. Laptop, did I tell you I wanted you to just like fall off everywhere? I don't think I did. Anyway, he's in there. Cool enough to touch now. Don't really think he's going anywhere. And there's really nothing you can do with heat shrink. There's nothing to like secure it to. You just, you know. There you go. Now I can clamp that to a terminal. That will be a good one. Now just do the same thing with this side. With the stiffer and sometimes easier to work with wire. Sometimes stiffer is easier. Tell you what. I'd say we're going to do it right there. Not cold. Now we'll let it cool off for a bit. Turn off the hot air. And I kind of want to come up with like a, I don't know, little box or something to put on the floor to set the laptop and the phones and stuff on. Just so it's not, you know, on the floor. I haven't checked the driver rear door to see if that automotive fuel rubber has done a better job yet. think I'll do that. We'll go in the car here in a bit when I do the heater course, but for right now, you guys just chill, take it easy. That's what I think of you. Just like that. Okay. A really, really hot day will tell. The vinyl and the neoprene, well, the neoprene's light. The vinyl is heavy. I might end up having to come up with a better solution with a thinner vinyl. My problem with that would be a thinner vinyl, as he puts himself into godlight. My problem with that is a thinner vinyl would tear more easily. And the whole reason I got the thick vinyl in the first place was so that I could reuse it. It wouldn't tear. But also, the vinyl that I did get was in town. It was cheap. That's also why I got it. There's a guy here that does boat stuff, and he uses the same vinyl that I, bunch of research. I was like, oh yeah, this is the stuff I need. Funnily enough, it's the same stuff you use on automotive convertible tops and boat windows, the vinyl boat windows. They're like the soft top windows and what have you. Which means it's something that's going to be available in the future should I have a problem with it in the future. And it's cheap because there's a bunch of it, because a bunch of different stuff uses it. Alright. So now, eventually what I might do is put a plug on it that you can just like plug it and unplug it, and you can change the end out for other things and just have like, what I'll probably end up doing is making a whole harness, and it'll be a lot better than this. But this is a I'm going on a trip, I need something today solution, right? Twist the wires up so they're just like one contiguous piece down to some distance from the end. I think there's a bunch of really sharp edges on it. Less than ideal. Oh. What'd be really handy is if I had like a wire twister. I guess I could try to come up with some solution for the drill, but
More effort than I'm willing to put into it. I'm just going to twist it by hand. And it's going to take a minute, and that's fine. Mostly it's just wrapping the red wire around the black wire, because the red wire is soft-ish. The black wire is very, very not soft-ish. Which ends up meaning that the red wire is actually going to be a little bit shorter than the black wire. Which is fine. Hey, 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 hey. Get off there. Yeah, by like good 4 or 5 inches. That's okay. I can do this. Gonna smooth out the red swirl a little bit. There you go. They're about the same length again. Ha! And now I've got me. I can plug it in anyway. I can connect it to the battery and run it in the cabin if I want. Which the battery's technically in the cabin anyway, so. Might actually do that. That might be the easier way instead of trying to run it to my distribution block. Run it straight in the battery in the back, plug it into the front. Alright, so power adapter is made. We can erase that from the whiteboard. Woo! And alright, next let's do another kind of hopefully simple one. That is floppy seat bracket. So for floppy seat bracket, you guys are gonna come with me. Don't you feel special? I need my Phillips screwdrivers inside. Yeah, inside. Let me go grab it real quick. Be right back.
me a second.
I can remember the hell I stuck it. Took me a little bit longer than I thought it would. Cable. Cable, come here, please. Okay, let's go see. Let's go see what we can see, shall we? Oh, that's... Lane's cover is a bit dirty. Can we clean you off? Wonder if that'll help the focus. I don't know. I think what we're gonna do. I thinkish. Therefore I amish. But I'm not Amish. I have technology. Okay, cables. You are not supposed to be that way. Badoosh. Come here. Unlock door. Oh. I'll just move the mirror on the back. I didn't want to do that. Okay, so microphone go in there. So I've got to do all the mess. Ignore it, it's fine. I'll be cleaning it up today anyway. My inner fender fell off and got messed up. Now I have to replace it. Oh, so this is why I wanted to come over here and take a look. I don't know if I'll be able to get face down for me. This covered off without removing the seat from the body. I need to put that back on too. Yeah, because I don't know where. But I guess I don't need to, do I? It feels like it just clip these on there. Oh, no, there's a screw down there. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to get that off, but I don't think I have to, actually. Now that I'm looking at it. I think what I should do is just get me a wrench, pull him back just a little bit, pull that guy out, swap it out. Of course, the replacement, clasp does not have a seatbelt sensor, which I kind of would like to have. They shipped it with it, and I think I kind of would like to have it. I don't know where to face the camera while I go grab a tool. I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? I'll go grab a tool. I'll be right back. Not this side, other side. I want other side. Might have to drill the hole bigger on that bracket too, looking at it. Okay, so put you guys back up in like one of your favorite spots. There-ish. Up a little bit. Okay. question is, does the plastic come out far enough for me to get the bolt out? That's my question. Because I can pull the plastic off, it's not like I need it for anything. Generally, the plastic on seats and things is just to protect you from, you know, cutting yourself or whatever if you're reaching around. But me, I don't have a bunch of stuff in the way. So I don't necessarily care so much about protruding brackets and what have you. Come on. Really? Okay, think I can do it by finger now? Not really. Now maybe. Oh. Tiny space, big fingers. Ah. Really, Mr. Bolt? It wants to do that tight, loose, tight, loose, tight, loose, tight, loose thing. I'd really prefer it if you did not do that. I would also prefer if I don't have to remove the seat to get this bolt out. But it's getting awfully close to the end of the... Oh, ho, ho, ho. Just long enough. Okay, now... this guy. This is going to be the guy. That we're just going to rip out. Oh, and it just came out of the connector. Nice. The pins are still in the wires. How about that? Are those the same bolt? Those are the same bolt. Nice! Dude. Very nice. I want him facing... Will it face that way? I don't think it will. Okay, so I am going to have to see if I can pull this plastic off because the way that thing faces. So let's see if we can do it with Weeha. And we're back here working blind because I'm lazy and I don't want to stand up. The answer to that is no. No, we cannot do that. Okay. Okay. So, tell you what we do. We gonna swap bolts, see? That's what we're gonna do. We gonna swap bolts. The other bolt, thread end to thread end, is a little bit shorter. Bolt, I think, overall is the same length. No, it's not either. It is just a little bit shorter overall. Nice. It also gives us more clamping surface area. Whee! We don't need this shim collar thing here. Ooh. I am going to have to drill that out. Okay. I guess we'll put the shim collar thing back on. Pardon me while I don't grab the camera and take it back inside. I'm going to drill this hole out to fit the shoulder on this bolt. So that when you bolt it down, this thing can move also. Not that it needs to. Yeah, we're just gonna drill it out, just so that the bolt that I want to use can go in it. What was that thing?
there goes that idea. I have a drill bit. I guess I never bought the adapter for the, what you call it there? Drill. So I cannot, in fact, do that. It's fine. Not a huge deal. My problem is this is not really a secure connection for a seatbelt, honestly. Debating, thinking, debating, thinking. Yeah, no. I would definitely rather have the seatbelt secured than easy to work on. So, let's see if we can't make this work. I mean, this whole thing, the bent bracket's going to be an issue. And needs to face that way anyway. So, we're going to try and turn it around, see if we can make it work. I don't think we make it work. We're going to find out. This is what happens when you use material on hand as opposed to getting the right thing for the job, right? Come on. I don't think that's going to work. Although, while I don't have a drill that'll work, I do have a grinder and a welder. Question is, do I trust welding on a safety device? That's the question. Actually, before I do any of this, the question should be, does this work? Doesn't even work. Doesn't matter at all. At all. Because that's not going to work for a rear seatbelt. Nice. So this guy's got to go back in anyway. That's fine. I didn't figure it would be a thing I could do today. But I thought I would give it a go anyway. Okay. I can erase that. Hell, I might have the time to do laptop bracket update. You know, this would be a little bit faster if I pulled the seat out. But then I'd have to pull the seat out. And I really don't want to do that. Not because it's hard,
Not because it takes a long time, not because there's some kind of consideration I need to have for pulling the seat belt, or pulling the seat out. Seat belt out, yeah. But for the simple fact of the matter that I just don't want to. It is tedious and it is annoying, and I just simply cannot be bothered. And this bolt is, of course, just tight enough that you can't do it by finger, and just loose enough that it's kind of a pain in the butt to do with a wrench. That's okay. It's also just coarse enough that it's not taking 16 years to bolt in at 45 degrees a turd. There we are. All banking installed. So that'll be a project for a future date. Just shove these wires down in a hole somewhere. In a crevice somewhere. So they're just out of the way. Okay, what's next? Blower box. Heater cores and blower box. So I'm going to leave the camera in here again. You know what I need? Some way to clamp the hoses closed. I don't know if that was enough. That was probably enough. I also need to clean the inside of this thing out like crazy. Should also mount the fire extinguisher somewhere. Obrigado, bachi bapadoo, skibbity bapadoo. Okay, gotta figure out the heater core situation. Lettuce, tomato. Stand up.
Oh. Like that. Wait a minute. Wonder if part of the reason my heater hasn't been working is my heater hoses are on the wrong ports. I don't think it matters, actually. Stand by. Never mind. Never mind. They're the same volume. So it doesn't matter, actually. Part of this is gonna suck. Part where I don't have enough coolant to replace what's gonna leak out. Oh. I really wish I knew what happened to that other freaking drip pan that I had. That drip pan. that was clean that I used for coolant, and I have no idea where the hell it went. So, I just gotta clean out the other one. Clean dripping. I'm gonna bring the mic out. We're gonna leave the camera in the car for now, because I'll be back in there in a minute. But I figure I'll bring the mic out so I can talk to you guys. So right now I'm gonna drain the coolant into my freshly cleaned little pan here. Let's reach down to the petcock, open him up. And we'll just let him drain out. Ready your cat? No cracks. Cool. Now, I'm gonna check this freaking heater core, see if it's sealed. No, it's not. Damn it. Why won't you seal? I don't know if I'll be able to get this freaking tube back in this heater core. For whatever reason, it won't solder. Let it cool down, we'll give it one more chance to cooperate. If not, that'll be the aluminum one. Which, whatever. All I really want is more surface area and coolant flow through the thing. Like the aluminum, it looks like crap. It was welded like crap. It is completely the wrong size for the application, but I'm not fitting it to application at this point, so it really doesn't matter. Okay, you need to cool off. Oh. Lots of stuff, lots of stuff, lots of stuff. Stuff of lots. This is the stuff of lots. Squeaky, 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 squeaky. Polyurethane bushings. Noisy. Honestly, that's why we use rubber. They absorb energy better and they're less noisy. Theoretically, rubber lasts longer. Assuming you get the formulation right. Oh. Need a spray. Spray bottle. I literally don't have a spray bottle. I found this spray bottle. Huzzah! Okay. It appears to be sealed, finally. Which means I don't have to use the aluminum one. Huzzah! I am going to hook it back. Well, back. I am going to hook it up to the cooling system. Whoa! I'm going to pressure test it. And I lied. I'm going to bring the camera out. Yeah, I lied. Alright, so what I've just been doing for the last 20 minutes, not showing you guys, because I thought it would be faster, okay? Shut up. I had previously, and I'm not even going to clean it up, I don't care. So I had previously removed this tube from this heater core. This is a replacement heater core for the Hello.
What's up?
Two things. I put chicken in the fridge. The package was getting bulgy, which
okay.
means bacteria was doing stuff and making gases.
Yeah, it was like that when I stuck it in the freezer, so I thought it was weird.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. They should have put a slight vacuum on it.
Yeah.
But whichever. I stuck it in the fridge. It'll probably be fine by the time you get home.
Okay. Yeah,
And
it was
then-
just completely frozen this morning, so
Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna take it out.
And then I was gonna see if you had a spray bottle because I couldn't find a fucking spray bottle. And I swear you had like one of those 3-packs from Lowe's Depot, but I found one, so I
I
don't
was
need
like,
it.
there should be some Zep ones.
Yeah, I have no idea where they're at. They were over by
They were in a
the
tote.
door. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna go through totes.
But it was like by the couch. I don't know.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't know if that's in the closet or elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. I found one.
Okay.
It's I had a bottle of Awesome that every time I have a bottle of Awesome and the sprayer stops working, 2 or 3 times I go to grab it and it doesn't work, and then eventually I'm like, okay, well, this isn't working. The cleaner's still fine, but the sprayer sucks. So I smash it against the counter to break the sprayer off the thing so that I'm not tempted to use it again, and I know that this one had a damaged sprayer.
Oh.
Because I do that where if I don't break the thing that is not working like completely, I'm gonna be tempted to try to use it again and then get frustrated with it again, and I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna save myself the headache and I'm just gonna destroy it right now. People might think I'm crazy, but it works.
I do think you're crazy, but whatever floats your boat.
I mean, it saves me frustration later, so you know. I think it's better.
Get off and throw it away.
But then your bottle's just open. This way, you still have the small opening of just the little tube, so if it tips over, it's not gonna all just pour out immediately.
That makes sense.
So, it works. It does a thing.
Ow!
So, anyway,
Whatever floats your boat.
I'm gonna get back to doing my putting 2 heater cores in a Honda Civic project.
Okay, well, have fun.
Oh yeah, I'll see you later.
Alright, bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so back to the stream. This guy pulled this tube out. You can see he's discolored now because I took the torch to him and. So this is a heater core out of the previous generation, the 85 or 84 to 91s. Okay, and actually, I'll go grab the other one real quick. You guys get a kick out of this. So, watch this. Okay. Ignore the thing that I was just talking about. Completely erase it from your mind. I did not say that. Any of that. None of that is words that came out of my face. Okay? We're going to start that conversation from scratch. And from scratch, I removed the heater core from my Civic. We're gonna get stuff out of frame before I move the camera over. Okay, so I removed the heater core from my Civic to inspect it, to try to make the determination if there was a leak or not, to try to figure out if there was a problem with it, if maybe the fins were all dirty, whatever. That was the initial reason I pulled the HVAC out in the first place. Because to get to the heater core, you got to pull the dash off, you got to pull the evaporator box off, and then you pull the heater box off and pull the heater core out of it. It's compact, but it's a really, really shitty design if you ever want to work on the damn thing. I hate it. This car calls for 8 or 8.4 hours to R&R heater core. Dodge Rams in the late 90s, early 2000s, I don't know what today, but they called for 14 hours. Like, that is why I am redesigning the fucking HVAC in that car. Because it is silly. Oh, heater cores don't leak that often. Yeah, but they do leak. And stuff happens. And if you have a part that is not necessarily wear and tear, but wear and tear, make it accessible. Anyway, this is the heater core that I pulled out of my 92 Honda Civic. You can see it's approximately, what you call that, 35, 40 millimeters wide, 150 by, I don't even know, a bunch. And the tubes, they come up, you know, they're shaped a certain way. And you can see this tube is wrinkled. This tube has a little bit of it too, wrinkled. And this flare here is not very big, right? So what I ended up getting was I would get leaks at the hoses all the time. You go through a couple of winters and the heating cooling cycles of the engine, and then the heating cooling cycles of the kind of extreme heating cooling cycles of engine heat and then cold. And the hoses would shift, or the clamps would get weaker, or the hoses would shrink like they do, because that's why you use constant pressure clamps, squeezy clamps. That's why you use those, because they prevent this effect from occurring. But because of the wrinkle, I couldn't do that. I had to apply extra pressure to make the hose seal against the heater core tubes. So this is the 92 to 95 Honda Civic heater cores. Right? Easy peasy. And you can see there's not a whole lot of debris in it. Oh, but there is a bunch of water in it. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Now, if for whatever reason your heater core fails, it starts to leak, usually due to galvanic corrosion and lack of proper grounding in the cooling system. Fine. You end up getting electrolysis, and the Civics don't suffer from it that much because there's not any kind of metal touching the copper of the heater core. So you don't really get galvanic corrosion there. You get galvanic corrosion at the radiator, because the radiator mounts to the body. The body is steel, the mounts are steel, the radiator is copper on the earlier versions of that guy, like the first year, maybe the second year. And then the previous model, the radiator that I have in there is from the previous model. It's a copper radiator. It's not a plastic tanked radiator, it's copper. I had to bang the crap out of the hood because one little ridge on the corner where it comes up for the fill for the tank and the upper radiator hose, it's 5 millimeters taller than the factory plastic tanked radiator that went in that particular car. You can't get the copper ones anymore. You just can't. So I found that guy. He was in good shape. I found him in the junkyard, actually. He was in good shape. He was even on a car under the awning at the junkyard. So, yeah. Grabbed him, stuck him in there, modified the hood after I got a little rubby pinhole in it. Soldered the corner up, got rid of the pinhole. Easy peasy, job's a good one. Etc., etc. Anyway, your heater core leaks. Then you go online. You go to Joe Riley's. You go to VatoZone. You go to, I don't even know if they're still in business, Peppity Boys. Scamity Boys, more like. But you go to Rock Auto. You go to Honda Parts Now. You go wherever, okay? If you go to the OEM, if you go to Honda, they're discontinued, obviously. They can't get their hands on them. It's too old. Makes sense. But you order a replacement replacement heater core. And what you are sent, every single one of these places, is that piece of shit. I mean, the hoses are roughly in the same area, but like, the hell is that? What? How is that a replacement? What? Who? No! As Hayes would say, cockatoo sounds. Who the hell thought this was a replacement for this? I did some research. Looking around, and I came up with this. This guy that I just soldered the tube back into that I was just showing you a minute ago. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but those dimensions look about identical. The tanks are in slightly different shapes. The length is the same. The width appears to be the same. They weigh the same. They can both be used as bludgeons. This one is really poorly soldered. Because it's probably like a Taiwanese replacement. Because these cars are still very, very big in like Argentina, Taiwan, I think Thailand, South Korea. No, South Korea is going to be more like the US, where everybody buys shit new all the time. Where else am I seeing? Brazil? There's still a really big demand for parts for these things in those countries. And some others that I see all the time that I can't think of off the top of my head. Maybe Croatia, because stuff's, you know, things in Croatia are old. But as you can see, the tubes are not the same shape. That flare is much better though. Right? So the reason I unsoldered this tube was I was going to transfer. The idea I had was, oh, well, I've got this heater core I can replace it with, and I'll just put these tubes in this one. And I was like, that's the reason I bought the heater core in the first place. The tubes are messed up. Why would I put the messed up tubes in a new, shittier heater core and then put it in the car? I'm stupid sometimes. So, it's just been sitting. That's part of the reason I haven't put the HVAC, like just put the factory HVAC boxes back in the first place. Is because stuff and things and stuff, man. So, where we're at today is I've got, so you guys remember the minivan, right? That I did the radiator on and a bunch of crunch of other stuff. I've still got the radiator box from that radiator. And the radiator box is a nice, thick cardboard. It's going to make a fairly good, stable, rigid kind of box structure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get it, empty it out. There's a few like little odds and ends in there from the radiator. That the radiator was a multi-vehicle deal, so it had brackets and things that the van did not use, which means we can remove those things when we put it on the van because you can't fit them on the van. So it has those things in there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make two pieces, just two kind of rectangular pieces with slots, and I'm going to slide. I'm just going to make slots. I'm just going to slide the heater cores side by side, I think. That's really wide. What I'm going to do before I do any of this is I'm going to put this heater core that I just saw out of the tube back in on the engine, and I'm going to pressure test the cooling system, and we're going to make sure he's not leaking. Because if he's leaking, the whole thing is moot. But what I think I want to do is I want to have both of these heater cores. If I can get this damn thing sealed, I want both of these heater cores. So I don't know if I want to run them parallel airflow path, which the fan does not really have the CFM to handle, or I think I'll do it that way, honestly. So parallel coolant flow, serialized airflow. What happens if that'll work better the other way. Okay. I think what I want to do first, I'm going to pressure test. I did a sort of poor man's pressure test by blocking one end with my finger and blowing into it and then spraying some bubbly water on it. And I didn't get no bubblies out of it. But, cables. I'm just going to stick you guys kind of on the car for a few minutes. Alright. So, take a look at the engine. You know, appreciate its Honda-ness, if you will. While I find the brackets and tubes and such. Your hose. I don't know if I have enough hose. Oh, and clamps. Where are the clamps? Here's some clamps. I had a bunch of clamps for these. Where did I put them? Oh, that's the fucking wire I was looking for. Damn it. Oh, too late now. Clamps. The clamps! I have no idea where all those clamps that I had went. Interesting. Okay, book, close. Know where my cooling hoses need to go, because I need that surface. I think there's a bag in the trunk. Well, trunk. And I've got some hoses and clamps here. So, put those on the ground, put those there. Alright, so, what do we want to do? What do we want to do? Step one is remove the hose from the thermostat housing. Put another hose on the thermostat housing. Heater core on top of the engine. That's where we're at. Fiddly flathead. Long fiddly flathead. Hello? Long fiddly flathead. Where is my long fiddly flathead? Eh. Oh no! Uh-oh, Raggy. Oh, I was saying a thing earlier and I don't think I finished the thought. Talking about pray to whichever deity it is that you pray to. When I go on this trip, that I don't get murdered by people who think their impatience and desire to exceed the speed limit trumps my right to existence, my safety, and my property. That's dripping. Okay, so right there. I don't want you dripping on the ground. I want you dripping in the pan. Bam. Okily dokily. Bring hose around stuff and up. Up. Good. Grab hose, clamp. Put back on hose. Good. Next. Step next. My spatial reasoning skills are failing me, apparently. Okay, hose on rear of thermostat housing. Oh, that's why I had it like that in the first place. Okay, fine. I concede the point. Okay. Now we can do a thing. Put that there. Screwdriver. What I'm doing right now, get you guys down in there, is I'm putting this hose on the rear of the thermostat housing. If the clamp would cooperate. Come on then. Put them about like that. All right. Okay. Now I've got to get this guy clamped down pretty tight. Okay. Now I can bring the heater core over here. we're just going to kind of casually put him on there. Where did the clamp go? And come on. Come on there. And we're going to tighten them down. He said, saying literally everything he's doing, like anybody watching is a retard. I don't think you guys are dumb. It's just, you know, the showman thing. And now I will put my hand on my head. Yeah, guy, we can see that's what you're doing. Come on. This hose clamp is facing a not intuitive direction. I've got some silicone lined hose over there that I'm going to use for this in a minute. Right now, look at that, we've got a heater core. Okay. Cross your fingers. Got a spray bottle. Now I need a cooling system pressure tester. Right. Now I've got cooling system pressure tester. I think it's this guy. Is it this guy? Maybe not. The other guy. There we go. Everything's covered in sticky. I don't like things covered in sticky. Alright. Now this is going to take forever to pump up because there's no liquid in the system. We have only a not very viscous fluid, i.e. air. Not even a pound yet. Helps if you close the petcock. Just a little bit. I'm stupid. I'm telling you, I'm stupid. Guy in a work van delivering packages. Kind of odd. When I say work van, I mean like roof rack, ladder, toolbox, Ford Transit sized van. I don't know if it was a Ford or not, I didn't pay attention. PSI. I need 14 at least. I really want to do 16 just to make sure, because that's what the cap is rated at. $16.5. Good. No bubbles. Up. Ah! Upper radiator hose is leaking though. That's funny. That's really funny. Still 16 even. Leave it for a minute. See if anything goes anywhere. But I think we're good. I think we're okay. Vicky! Sweaty. Hot. Wash hands. Be right back. On my own. switched. Stuff and things. Adulting stuff and things. 16 PSI, dead steady. Sweet. That maketh me happy. This is slow. That's faster. There's nothing in there, you can do that and it won't just spew out at you because, well, there's nothing in there. Ist gut, yeah? Okay. Hi, chat. How you doing? I'm over here. Hi. Necesito wet. All right. ¿Cuánto tiempo? 14. It's gonna start getting cool. Which means it's not gonna be tomorrow. Won't be leaving tomorrow. Which I really would prefer to have done. I don't want to drive on the weekend. If I can avoid it. Ah, shit. The next 8 days driving is going to be hell. Well, I guess I'll head out whenever I get stuff done and I can head out and not worry about that because I'm not waiting another 8 days. I'm going to get this stuff that I need to get done, and then I'm going to head out. But it's probably not going to be tomorrow. I still have to pack all my clothes and toiletries, all the tools, get all the stuff together, clean the inside of the car out so I can put all the shit in. And then I have to, so when I leave, I head down there, I'm taking my desktop with me because it's got a bunch of stuff on it that it's my server for the thumbnails and the beginning and end cards for videos and all that shit. So I need the desktop if I'm going to be doing YouTube anything while I'm in Arizona. And obviously the Lenovo because it's the tuning laptop in case I need to do something tuning. Sierra Vista is at the same-ish elevation as Logan, 4,500, 4,600 feet above sea level. So it's like not going to be a huge change, but I do go down. The route that I am taking is going to take me down out of the mountains for a couple hundred miles and then back up into the mountains again, which is going to suck for fuel mileage, mind you. But I'm avoiding the interstates, so it be what it do. It do what it are. Or however that nonsensical language goes. Alright, now I need to figure out how I'm going to run these hoses. I don't think flow pathing is going to matter. What I'm probably going to do is run single hoses through the firewall. So 2 hoses, one in, one out, straight through the firewall, which is this guy long enough. I don't think he's long enough. To the T. T's. There's 2 of them. To the T's. So use a section of this into the firewall. If that section is long enough, I don't really want to use this hose. Jake. It's Ryan from Sal's. Wonder if you could send me. I need 6 foot of 5/8 heater hose and 4 hose clamps. I think it's 6 hose clamps. But that guy, I don't know what. Doesn't tell me what size.
So 6 feet of heater hose?
Yeah.
5/8 heater hose?
Correct.
And that's hose clamps, anything else?
Yeah, I don't know what size these hose clamps are. They need to be not the size that's going to give me a bunch of overlap on the clamp. That makes sense.
So it needs to be pretty close to that 5/8.
Yeah.
Pretty tight on it.
Yeah, it's where I'm looking right now. Like what I'm seeing on the one that's tight is I've got 4 visible the worm slots in the clamp.
Okay.
With the clamp tight, and that's I wish it was marked on here. I don't know which one it is, so I guess send them over. If they're the wrong ones, we'll swap them out.
You want like 4 visible notches when it's tight on there? Is that right, or less?
Yeah, it's about 4. Because the next size up, the next one hose clamp bigger, gives you that long lead, and that's going to interfere with stuff where I'm putting it.
Gotcha. And what account is this for again?
Sal's, SALS.
Perfect. And
It'll be card on file.
Motorsport, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Ryan, RYAN. We can put dual heater core in there. Well,
Sorry, what was that?
I don't think 2 heater core, number 2, and then HTR core. I think that's it for now. Awesome, thanks. Okay, so we're gonna order some hose. Hose. Oh, we're gonna take this short guy off the head. Oh. Hey man. That wasn't even all that tight anyway. Why is it facing that way? Shouldn't it face? Missing a distributor bolt. I think I knew that already. I'm also missing a bell housing bolt because the block is stripped. And Healy coils are not cheap. Come on. Alright, well, I think that's enough to pull the hose off. Ugh, maybe. I don't think it is. I think it is, but I don't think it is. Does that make sense? What I do know is I need a better angle. A better angle on my dangle. There we go. Trying to do it all funny like wasn't working. Ugh. It'd be easier if I pulled the distributor off, but I'm not doing that. Okay, that's this guy. Take him. Well, we're gonna take both of them off anyway. Pull this hose out. This hose is gonna get used to connect the T, actually. Oi. was not loose. Am I sure that's 5/8? Looks like 5/8. 5/8 does go on. If it were 3/4, it wouldn't even go on. Like a big fight. Alright. Now it's cardboard time. I gotta build the bracket to hold those. Razor blade. New razor blade. Where are the new razor blades? Okay. We also need tape. Duct tape. Masking tape for setup. Duct tape for building. By the time I get done, this thing should just be like mostly duct tape with a cardboard backing, essentially. Neighbors. Friendly, nice. Okay, so buttons on your pants. This has still got liquid in it. Drain it out. Hey, bro. Not glooking, it's like dripping. Take the ever-loving crap out of it, that's the solution. Hold on, I gotta do that in front of the camera. Wait for it. If it ain't draining, you gotta. Some really bad joke about babies. Okay, so what we're doing, this, right? We're gonna do this like that. See, I don't know that I want to do that. But I can't, unless the hoses are facing like the opposite direction. How about that? Hoses are close to each other, large surface area, parallel, which is what I wanted to do in the first place. You just have the airflow come in to the middle there. I think so. Alright, so we're going to cut a section of this out. I think so. I think so. I think so. Wish that bench was empty. It doesn't matter, does it? We want something about yay big. Okay. Now I need a marker. Marker. Need a marker. Biddly bip. Biddly bam. Biddly boosh. Biddly skadoosh. Yeah. Look at that. This doesn't need to be perfectly air sealed because an experiment. Oy, this high pressure line is cracked to hell. No bueno. Should I do this more efficiently? Nah. Should I? Nah. Got one of those there. Give him a slice. Oi. Here we are. Got us a nice little hole. It's a little bit too small, which is perfect. We don't want it to be too big. If we can, we'd like to be able to get this thing as close to sealed as possible. And a method of holding this thing we're gonna have to make two of these. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Okay. I need to cut out a section for the lines. It's gonna be like here-ish and here-ish. There we go. This one's gonna have to come down more, simply because of how the lines sit. But I'm not gonna cut it fully out. Because I want to use it as maybe a bit of a flange for something. There we go. Now I'm going to tape that down to the top of the heater cores. All right. Scissors. I just had them. Scissors. Yeah. A little bit too much. That's fine. There you go. Oh, we need to cut this little corner out here. Ooh, yeah. There we go. Something like that. Yeah, boy. All right. We now have the first bit of our assembly. Nice. Now I need another piece of cardboard so I can make the other end of that box to hold the other end in, and then we're going to put sides on it. Whew, that's going to be fun. Yep. Fun, that's the word. What happens when you use a razor blade to cut cardboard? Answer: it dulls the blade really fast. Really, really fast. Paper, anything paper. Alright, let's put these together like they're gonna be. Kind of there-ish. Alright, I'll make that cut.
Actually, should I do it that way? Or should I do it... I don't know another way. Huh. Oh, I don't know. So I'm cutting this cardboard, right? I've got the top bit on. I've got another drawing there of the bottom bit where I could slide it up just a little bit onto the bottom. And then like kind of tape it together. I think it would be better to have the bottom solid, honestly. But just use that as a guide. Make some walls and start taping the walls together. I think that's where we're at. So, use that as a guide. Start putting in, because the walls need to seal. Ah, how about that? There's a little folding ridge right at those lines. Like walls. Gotta seal kind of there. Okay. We're gonna make like gusset patches, I guess you'd call them. Those little rectangles of tape that we fold in half and put between the two walls. Hold them in place. While we assemble all the bits. Well, this one's going to be fun. Not doing that. Oh, this adhesive is quite good. Come on. I need you at least like in here. Hey.
How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, it's going.
Man, you say you're redoing the car, huh?
Something like that.
Trying to do it for a trash car or something?
Oh no. I need to figure out if the reason the heater doesn't work is because of lack of surface area or 170-degree thermostat. So, we're sticking 2 heater cores in there for a 1,000-mile trip. We're going to see if it works.
Holy crap. Heck yeah.
That and the factory air box just it doesn't pass air.
Really?
So, all kinds of stuff.
You gotta take the whole car apart and do all this, huh?
I pulled it apart because the freaking, this is a factory heater core that
Oh.
kind of crinkled. They don't seal all that well. So I was like,
Right.
oh, well, I'll order another one. The one that Joe Riley's, Vato Zone, Rock Auto, Cam Boys, everybody has. That looked like
That has me. Wow.
not even close. Which means you stick it in the freaking heater box, and you have this giant gap in there that air can go around.
Right. Oh my gosh.
So everybody, for whatever reason, lists this as a replacement. I'm like, the lines match up, but that's it. So this one's off of the previous model, the like 85 to 91s. The lines are shaped different because the box was different, but it's the same core element. So
Good grief.
I'm like, all right, well, I got some tees, got some hose. We're gonna build this little box.
Well, those gonna work for you?
Oh yeah, those are pretty sure. Those are these
Okay.
guys.
We're just trying to make sure that if not, bring it back and get the other ones. He tightened them up a
Like,
little
is
bit
the-
because he just didn't want them to fall off.
So is the next size? I think it's the next size up.
Okay, so they need to go up a little bit bigger then,
Yeah.
don't they?
What,
Okay.
what's
If
it?
I need to
Does it
take-
tell you? 5006.
Get a hold of him.
Oh yeah, so I guess they're just 6. I guess we need 8.
Okay, let me.
Because this, for whatever reason, this one, oh shit, I'm blind. 10.
Are there 10s?
12 to 27 is what it says. Okay. Yeah, we need,
Hey, Jake.
back. It's going over the stuff, they'll probably come apart.
We need 10s to 12s.
Looks like 10. I'm blind.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, 0, 10, and these are 12.
Hey, this is Brandon. What's up?
Hey, Brandon, the hose clamps, 12 to 27 millimeter, 0, 10.
He didn't send you his hose clamps?
Yes, I'm gonna bring the other one. I need to bring the other ones back and get those 12 by 27 millimeter, 0, 10.
Okay. I guess you need to come back and we can swap that somehow or something.
Alright, 10-4. I'll be right back. I'll be right there.
Wanna
Yeah, want me to take this with me?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can make sure. Okay.
back with you too?
Okay, and I'll take that. And I'll be right back.
I appreciate it.
Okay, so this is the one. Yep, okay. I'm putting that in my pocket so I don't get them mixed up.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, man.
Okay, I've got that hooked up. Now we need another wall. Which this piece of flippity flap seems like it'll do a pretty good job of wall. And not that way though. Shekadarns. Okay. Need to rotate you just a little bit, my guy. Marker. There. Marker. There. And slippity slice. Sort of straight line. Straight enough. Straight enough for government work. That's where we're at. Straight enough for government work. I feel stupid now. I didn't see that number on the freaking hose clamp when I called him up. It irritates me though, because I looked for it. I was like, there should be a marking on here somewhere that tells me what it is. And I did not see the marking. Of course, I could barely see it even when he got here, when we were looking at it. Because I am not legally blind, but my eyes ain't all that great. Funny. Because a task that requires some amount of eyesight, driving, I am better than average. Oi. There we go. Got a basic box started. Lovely. What we're gonna have to do, I think, is give a little tiny slice, like right there, because I am going to bend that, kind of like that, and we're gonna make an edge. It's always great when I show people, tell people things that I'm doing on this car, because they're always like, what? It's crazy. Like, it really isn't though. Like, this is, how do you think OEMs come up with stuff? I think they're going in there and CAD and like everything they do is amazing, and nah, man, they go in there, I mean, today is probably CAD, but historically, they go in there with, they get literally a giant block of clay. They're like, hey, we want a new car body design. Okay. Giant block of clay, start cutting. That's what they did. Today is probably all CAD, honestly. Yeah. Look at that. Right, the box looks like it's coming together. Together. And this needs to just come off. Don't need that. Okay. Another little strip. Start working on kind of sealing this end up, right? Put tape on the inside, put tape on the outside, put tape across any major kind of joints. Put it across this bit at the bottom here that's kind of a giant gap. Come on. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work at all. Honestly, silicone would be the better bet there. But that looks like it's coming together on that side. Put some more kind of bridge gusset pieces on this other wall, the first wall that I put on. See, people think I'm weird for doing the stuff that I do to my car. I think they're weird for not. Like, I don't get people that just like buy a thing and leave it alone. Don't do anything with it.
they're fine with that object that they own, that they spend so much time and so much money and so much effort into ownership. They're fine with it just being somebody else's. What if I want it to be mine, man? Like, what if literally I want this thing just to be my own? I'm gonna put a piece of tape across where these hoses go, just as like a little piece of reinforcement, kinda. Is that him already? Oh no, it's a neighbor lady. There we go. Something about like that. Yeah. Starting to come together. It's a box. There's a bit of an issue where what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to run a piece so the intake is going to be offset. That should be fine, right? If I run a piece behind there, oh yeah, that's gonna work. That's gonna work lovely. It needs to be that tall. There. Like there. Hole in my pocket, a hole in my shirt, a whole lot of trouble, he said. Hey, kid that reminds me of me. Rollerblades. So when I was in high school, funnily enough, even small high school, most people that, like, if they didn't know my name, most people knew me as that rollerblade kid. That's who I was. I was always on blades. Always. 4 to 6 hours a day. Oy. 4 to 6 hours a day, 7 days a week, 50 weeks a year. I was on rollerblades. Okay, so what we're going to do actually is we're going to do this. We're going to do this. And I got clocked by the security guard one time at my high school. I went to high school at a boarding school. We had a little security guard, a little rent-a-cop that nobody respected. I kind of feel sorry for that guy, because like, even the adults at the place didn't really even respect the guy and his job. I kind of feel bad for him. But then I kind of don't, because he was kind of a dick. He was probably kind of a dick because nobody respected him and he knew it. But it was his job to kind of, you know, try to keep some semblance of order and just to keep an eye on things, because you know teenagers, especially troubled teenagers, which is what this place was geared towards. I mean, you can imagine the things that probably went on there, and you're probably right. But he clocked me once. I was coming down a hill. I came down the hill and turned onto the main road. It was a T-junction. Right, so I came down the hill, turned on the main road. Oh my God, that's perfect. I'm amazing. And he told me, so the speed limit at this place was 15 or 20 miles an hour. I remember it being odd, like strange, not odd as in not even, but odd as in strange, the number that they chose, which tells me it was probably closer to 15
So 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, and that's just because you know there's the whole place is just a place for kids, right? Teenagers and littles and just kids. So he pulled up beside me. He's like, "You need to slow down." I'm like, "What are you talking about, man? I'm on rollerblades." He's like, "You're going too fast." Define too fast. 42 miles an hour, he told me. Like, no way. You're yanking malaria. Like, there's no way I'm doing 42 miles an hour. Like, you're going 42 miles an hour. I'm like, ha, on rollerblades. Granted, yes, I had my initial boost from the hill, but he stopped me after the hill. So I must have still been doing that by the time he come up to me. Which means I could do about 40 miles an hour under my own power on freaking rollerblades, man. You know how crazy that is? You know how fast that is? 42 miles an hour on freaking rollerblades. That's insanity. I mean, you know, those race guys, they do that stuff. The long truck guys, the 3 and 4 wheel, I guess 5 wheel. You'd rather have 5 wheel for, because it's more friction. You don't want the friction. You'd rather have long truck 3 wheels to reduce bearing and road friction. Right? So the race guys, they're probably going in the 30s or 40s, right? Well, I might be going faster because they train for that, right? Where I was just some wacky teenager doing wacky things on my wacky blades. But yeah, I had like ceramic bearings and I oiled them once a week, cleaned them all out and oiled them once a week. Like, I maintained them really, really well. And I don't know about you guys, but I think this is coming together. Like, look at that. Air path in there, and the air path can go both ways. I'm going to put a plate here. I'm going to come from this surface to this surface, and then I'm going to put like a little filler plate in there. Probably just tape. Probably just put tape in there. You got kind of a big gap in there. Not quite sure what I'm going to do with that yet. Like, yeah, what's that there? Not bad. It's not bad at all. I'm sitting here whispering like the freaking camera is my audio input. I keep doing that. I don't know why. I don't know. How do you guys want to sit? You tell me. I've been having you like here, just kind of watching the back end, like, yeah, look at that crack. Hey. Is it a kid channel? It isn't at all. I say fuck. Hi, Mr. FedEx man. The top's nothing pretty to look at yet. The top's just that. And that was just holding this piece. But look at that. Like, man. And then when I get done with the walls, you cut all these little superfluous edges off, right? Then you have a box. Dude. Actually, should this be the outlet side? You got hot air just coming in, meeting itself, and coming out the one vent. Should this be the inlet side? I think this should be the outlet side. It's really the only way that makes sense to me. But dude. Dude. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Walk over, look at the camera. The camera looks funny. I'm like, wait a minute. Am I using it on camera? For a second, I thought I was on the Asus. Like, this whole stream was just the Asus looking at the freaking wall and me talking like a madman. But no. You guys are on the Logitech. I thought I set it up on the Logitech. Hey, sometimes I'm crazy, man, you know? It's just too tiny. Just barely. Lingle. Oh yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Got me some hose clamps.
All right. Bought you another one. Okay, so they had 6 in here, right? I'm hoping that they gave you the other one back. Yeah, there's 6. Okay, there's 7.
Cool.
All right, so they did.
Bam. Thank you, thank you.
Here's the bag. You want to keep them in. All right, buddy.
Goes on for now.
Oh, can I get your name?
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Is that Ryan?
Yeah.
Or, okay, buddy.
Yeah.
You got our own little thing going on, huh?
Also,
You know, the car thing.
I don't know if you guys, I don't remember how many I left. I don't know if, yeah, got me a card. Yeah, well, that's the logo right there. It's at the
Oh.
bottom there. Currently streaming, hence the camera. Of course, there's two people in there. My mother and then a guy that I met. Funnily enough, a guy that I met in a stream. He lives in Utah. And I met him in a stream of a Canadian guy that plays games.
That's awesome, man.
Just the internet's a weird place, man.
Have you ever heard of a 502 high performance GM motor?
I was gonna say 502 sounds like Ford. No. I laugh at any words that place high performance and anything General Motors in the same sentence.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy, man. And what's crazy is I got one. What's crazy is I actually got one in my truck.
Does it need to be tuned?
I want to bring it over to you and see what you think.
Yeah. I'll make fun of you for owning it all day long, but don't mean I won't work on it.
Yeah. Hey, it's a 95 pickup. It's a Chevy Silverado.
So the next version of that one.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. That's what they put in that's what they dropped in the truck, not me. I just bought the truck. That's what was underneath the hood.
Yeah, because 502 would be that. What is that? 7. You had the 6. There was a 5.7, and then the 6.3. And there was a
4, because a 454 is what liter is that one?
454 was. I don't know. I have a thing for that. Actually. Convert volume. You need cubic centimeters. Not cubic centimeters.
I think they're calling the 502 an 8.1 liter.
So, yeah, 454 would be. Oh wait, no, cubic inches. What am I doing? American. Barbarian units. Yeah, 7.44 would be the 454. Damn. So 502 is where am I at? Yeah. 8.23 liters.
Holy shit.
Okay, I was like, yeah, there's an 8 in one of those trucks, because every time I go to look for parts for that guy, you get 2 5.7s, and I don't know why. But you have and that guy, they shipped like 6 different engines, and you have to figure out which the hell one it was. There was a diesel one too that was
Holy crap.
7 something, I think.
Yeah.
But that guy is a 1500.5. Some parts are off the 2500, some parts are off the 1500, and some parts are the same part between the 15, the 25, and the 35.
Damn.
It's silly.
All right, man, I'll catch up with you.
Yep. You have a good day. Yeah. I cut that wrong. I cut that wrong. Eep. About to cut it right through my hand. Oh, why could I not, like, what? Okay. What am I doing? Anyway. Oh, I'm not doing that. Good thing you guys are back there. You can't see that I'm doing stupid stuff that's completely pointless. It's a very good thing, that. Don't worry about it, it's fine. And I do need to put a little shimmity shim piece of tape here. Ah! There we are. Seal up that corner. Make it nice and pretty like. Oh, I don't have a piece of tape there. Wow. Okay. So this needs to go forward just a smooch. Put the tape on there. Push it forward just a smooch. And bam, just like that. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Well, there's no tape on the top there either. What the heck am I doing? I don't even know. Yeah. Come on now. Fold it in the crease, put it up in the corner. Ooh. Like Ray Stevens, look at that, look at that. Boy, stuff on the floor. Nobody in chat. It's fine. We're fine. I'm not gonna cry, you're crying. Should I put... I do really want to seal that hole somehow. Not quite sure how I should go about doing that. I'm going to do it really stupid. I'm going to try it from the inside, knowing full well it's not going to work all that great, because I can't really stick my fat hand in there easily. But we're going to try it anyway. Okay. It worked just fine. I need another piece because it wasn't quite big enough to reach the cover, the gap. Also, putting the tape from the inside means that when this chamber is pressurized, the tape will be pushed out. Generating a slightly better seal. I mean, it's gonna leak still, but like, you know, for an experiment? Come on now. Get us another panel here. That's fine. Okay. Got it about on the line there. Sort of. Oh yeah, a little bit of overlap. Ooh. Actually, factually. Yeah, buddy. Yes, a buddy. Yes, buddy.
Oh my lord. Lordy, lordy, look who's turning 40-40. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Nobody gets that reference when I say it. Which is weird, because it was like huge. Not that particular reference, but the place where the reference is from was like kind of a big deal. And I have never met a single other person that has gotten the reference. All right. I need to build a flange. The truck sounds funny. Okay, so there's my input. Air goes in there. It'll turn a little bit of help from this wall. I'm just going to put tape up here to seal that. I think it's coming along. Mr. Neighbor Man. I like this tape. I quite like this tape. It can be a little bit annoying to deal with sometimes. But for the most part, it's really easy. Nice, dude. Alright. I need some way to push the tape down without damaging it, hopefully. And it's smoky outside. Dude. Yes, bro. All kinds of broness. We've come along pretty good, I think. Not a whole lot of air that comes out of that. Yeah, more air comes through the heater cores than comes through the little gappity hole there. I think what I want to do is put walls on the side here also as like support members, just to make it more rigid. But for right now, like, I'm gonna do a little bit up top here. Got two roll, well, not two rolls anymore. I bought two rolls when I bought this stuff when I was doing the installation inside the cab.
Because I didn't know how much I was going to use. I had no idea. And I didn't use that much. I only used like half a roll of it. And so I've got plenty of this tape laying around. Yes, yes. Thank you and pleases. Pleases, can I come in from the out now? I watched Home again recently, and I've got Jim Parsons as an alien stuck in my head. I am the highway, and I am not your carpet ride. I am the sky. Audio Slate, man. Chris Cornell. Nothing compares. Chris Cornell's voice was amazing. So sad. Sadness and sad and depressing sadness. Chris Cornell. Should afterlives be a thing, I genuinely hope he is resting in peace. Somewhere that makes him happy. Okay. We're actually going to start measuring some things. What is this? Measure? What are we, adults? Okay, so what we've got is 21.5 centimeters and 21.5 centimeters. What do you know? Almost like I put it on there and kind of made it flat. Okay, so, oh, that's right. How much meat do we have here? 26 centimeters. And 3 centimeters. Sweet! Yeah. We're going to take the remainder of this side off. There we go. We've got a side. First thing I'm going to do is what? No. That's almost a perfect fit. I ain't going to cut it down anymore, actually. We're just going to do this. Eyeball it. Hey. None of that. Yeah, I don't think I need stuff on the inside. Actually. Okay, I lied. I am going to cut it down some. Is that enough? I think so. Oh. Okay. Get a couple little tabs going. I should actually cut that back just a smooch. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, this is mad and lovely all at the same time. Oh, yeah. More tabs. And should this work and give me heat inside, it will be one of two things. Either airflow or coolant flow. If it doesn't work, that tells me that it is coolant temperature. So this will rule out one of three possibilities, or rule in one of three possibilities for cause of lack of sufficient heating power. I believe the biggest detractor for this system was honestly the airflow characteristics. That's what I wholeheartedly believe that, 100%. I believe the biggest contributing factor to the fact that the HVAC system never works in this car very well is simply because of the lack of actual airflow through the system. Oh! Well, broke that. That's fine. It's not a big deal. I didn't care all that much. Alright, I need like that much. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bruh. Honestly, don't even know if I'm going to be done with this thing today. Because then I still got to find frickin'... I should have done this last week. Just all of this. I should have done this last week. And because I'm just stupid and or lazy, I just didn't. I got distracted. I got depressed. This last week has been not great in my head, actually. Oh, crickly cracklies all up and down the leaves. Whew. Ooh. I just had a really stupid idea. What if I took dryer duct and a dryer duct wall flange, built the whole back side as a wall, the outlet side. So I'm gonna turn this around so you guys can see it. So what if I built this as a solid wall, took a dryer duct wall flange, put it on the inside? Well, I'd have to do that first, so I'd have to cut the hole, put the flange on the inside, tape it all up, secure it somehow, and then have a dryer duct, have two dryer, ooh, I can have two! I could have bendy vents! I need something smaller though. Dryer duct's too big. Flow Vivo. Lowe's Depot. Here. But before that happens, laundry. Pardon me. I shall return momentarily. Okay. I have returned. I have returned. This is crazy. I'm crazy. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Oh, yeah, Home Depot. So, let's get over here and go whoosh. We actually want, not you, but you. Guys, go on. Okay, so we want HomeDepot.com. Brave. We're just gonna type in duct. See what comes up. Flexible ductwork. There's stuff that's like not insulated. 6-inch, 4-inch. 6-inch, 3-inch. But she's already almost home. Oh, I already have the. Well, I was looking at a thing and I was going to ask you a thing, but time and not the thing, not in stock anyway. So, phone call's kind of superfluous. I was thinking I could put like. I was thinking I could put some bendy duct in the Civic because the box that I'm building for the heater cores is a little bit bigger than I was initially planning on doing it. Slightly differently. Looking at like 3-inch bendy duct would be great. But everything I see is all that's in stock at the local store is 4-inch. 4-inch would be too. But I don't know how to like mount it to the box either. But I got a box cover in 7-inch. That's what I need. Yes. 4. And I was like, oh wait, well it's probably already left anyway.
Sorry, I'm actually already.
I'm not seeing anything. It says that it's in stock on the shelf. The website's freaking stupid. Row of 4, row of 4, 1, row of 4, row of 4, row of 3, row of 4. Website. It shows you on page. Format things out. Bad. It is wrong. It is done. 3-inch, 16 in socket Logan. I will send you.
Tell you where they are.
I clicked on maybe. Probably down by the dryers, because it looks like dryer duct. Aisle 38, Bay 12.
This one. And you go down aisle 16 right across.
No, wouldn't mind. That guy's $30. Marla. First one. Nope. Want to just lock the screen. Oh, there it is. Little tiny words right in the bottom.
About to die.
Okay,
So
I'll
we'll talk about it when I get home.
I'll just send you the text and a picture of it in Facebook. Tomorrow, I mean, probably, maybe. I forget. Alright, talk to you in a bit. Uh, 005. Is 1003 row. Alright. Okay. So yeah, we're probably gonna do that. Oh, I probably will need lingle. I think I'm just gonna do one. One 3-inch outlet seems to be okay. I think, honestly, that's larger than the blower outlet on the box anyway, so, woo. I also will need a flange for this guy. I'll need 2 flanges for this guy, honestly. A wall flange? Like wall flange, like an install kit. Might just have to go tomorrow myself. Oh, 3-inch. Mean. So 3-inch is the size of this intake tube. That's a 3-inch tube. Honestly, I could probably do 2 of those. I could have a little bendy duct, one for my feet, and one that I can go and just like pick up off the floor and kind of point at me, like a steering wheel or something if my hands get cold. Again, this is not a permanent solution at all. But what I might end up doing is I might end up cutting this back off and putting a flange here. Now, what I think I want to do is I want to set this box on the floor, on the inside of the car, and then build from the blower box over to here just in cardboard. I think that would be the simpler solution. He says not on the right thing because he never switched the thing. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled insanity. Anyway, I think what I might do is I might cut this wall back off, or cut it back a little bit, like there-ish, so that I can put, I don't know, I don't know yet. I wanted to get a box built first, and I have pretty much done that. I'm going to put one wall here. I'm going to leave this surface, this area open, that plane, sorry. I'm going to leave that plane open. Boy. I'm going to put that wall on, finish up kind of some of the taping,
to get things kind of sealed-ish for where it stands right now. And then I will be done for the day. I'll leave you guys over here for right now. Just stare at that for a few minutes. Come on, thingamajigger, do the thingamajigger. Thank you. Stare at that. I'm going to go erase some things on the whiteboard. Okay, so we can't do that. Flop your seatbelt. Oh. This right here, this stupidity, this is my thing. This is what I love doing. This is the stuff that is just infinitely interesting to me. And once I get sort of a thing figured out, right, I can come back later and redesign it the correct way in CAD, now that I know how to CAD just the teensy-tiniest little bit. That is the straightest line I think I've ever drawn. That's not bad, actually. Yeah, boy. Alright. A few more gusset tab pieces. I guess 4 is several. Few is 3. A is 1. Couple is 2. Few is 3. Several is 4 or more. Well, I guess then you have many. You have several, then many. I'd say several would be between 4 and 10. Several could be anything between 4 and 10. And then many can be 10 to 20. Numerous can be, I guess numerous would be like 20 to 50. And then I had another word in my head that I was just going to use, and now I can't remember what the heck it was. It's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover. No, never, no more. Are Irish drinking songs public domain? I don't even know. Everybody asks, no, I cannot do an Irish accent very well. I can do a really, really bad leprechaun. That's about it. Can't actually do a real life Irish accent. Come on. Stupid. That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes it just likes to fold itself in funny directions for literally no reason.
Look at that. That's looking like a box. A proper box. Where'd my scissors go? What is that? What? I bet you cut a hole in my hand. That wouldn't have been good. Still got to build the freaking mounts for the cameras too. Which those I know are going to take longer than I really want them to. I can start turning this thing funny directions because it ain't gonna fall apart on me. Yeah, boy. Ask them to pardon their prodigal son, and when they caress me as oft times before, I never will play the wild rover no more. It's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. Will I play? This thing is absurd. And it is beautiful. And it is lovely. And it is fantastic. I'm not even going to do the insides of these. Actually, I am. I'm going to do little gussets. Little gussety pieces. They just keep the walls from like collapsing in on themselves for no reason. They have to give a little bit more support in the corners. Of course, at some point, this is going to be catted up so that I can, come on. So I can either have pieces plasmid out of aluminum, not aluminum. I'd rather do this out of like ABS if I can. Not quite sure exactly how I would do that. Oh, I mean, I guess we can find out, right? Oh, where you at? There you go. You ever get tired of your HVAC not doing a thing? You ever get tired of your HVAC not doing a thing? This will tell me if the problem of the heater not working is because the thermostat is too low. Because when Honda built this thing, they designed it with 107. How's the planet? So this doing 2 heater cores, being just, you know, the normal system coolant out of the engine, will tell me if it's still not warm in the cabin. It'll just be because there's not enough heat in the cooling system to be able to deal with it. If it does get hot, it'll tell me that the issue is not the temperature, but either the airflow or the surface area of the heater core. The next test after this would be going back to a single one of these heater cores and having just a really good airflow pattern, seeing if that works. But I figured I'm about to go on a 1,000-mile trip, and I'm going to be driving through the mountains. Well, 2,000 technically. Driving down to southern Arizona, and the video, the first video that I post, hopefully,
is going to be titled and thumbnailed, "I drove 1,000 miles to replace these brake pads." We got a buddy, he's got a forklift and a work truck, and wife is a vehicle, and then he has a 4Runner like this. Objects, kind of like this thing. A bunch of stuff that he worked on. Doesn't like anybody else in that kind of touching it. So, and he's running a business. I remember him when he was Forerunner trying to figure out the wiring for a tail light. Like, this is the kind of guy that when you think of him, you're like, there's a business that has its employees. Wow, come a long way. Like, it's you know, I'm not gonna say inspiring because I'm not a, you know, kooky, white girl. But it's one of those things where you're like, I mean, come out, whatever it was. I've always said I never want to own my own business. It's like doing the work for people, not a problem. Don't care, love it. Love doing the work. Someone comes in and says, "Hey, I want this, and I want to do this, and I want some of this." Cool, let's do that. I don't want to deal with paperwork. Because it takes more doing that. Okay. Like, stylized channel that I follow. Stylized, and the thing that he's doing, I'm very, very interested in. And being poor, I can't support him financially. That's the way I am. Trying to do. Trying to code in software. Real exhaust pipe, real piston, and like the valves opening and the valve shape. Trying to make all of that run, and you can do it. People have done it, but it's very, very resource. A lot of RAM, and it takes a lot of processor power to do that. He's trying to do it. Some shortcuts he's come up with for things that aren't really. I agree with him. The problem he has with like racing games. What they do is, if it's a good racing game, they go out, they record the sounds of a bunch of different cars, or they hit up, you know, Ferrari to hit up like, "Hey, do you guys have like our new car?" Whatever, make it different. Put them into a piece of software that takes them and it cuts it up into little chunklets. Whatever you're doing in the game, it's chunklets from wherever. Sounds like it'll still sound like wherever you. Problem is, those of us with that's the little chunklets. Lose them together at the end. You have white right. He doesn't think. I saw it and I'm like, if I was rich, I would give all my money to it. I'd love to play a game, a racing game. Like there's one called Assetto Corsa, where they took real cars, they have a physics engine that gets as close to the real world as you can do on like a standard desktop without screen hardware. And that's all it is. It's cars with racetrack hardware and as you know, overheating, all the stuff that you get like on a racetrack. Think about it. All that in the game. Less a game, but it's still that same technique of chopping up a pre-recorded thing and doing things. His idea is to simulate particle flow. Like, when I think of particle flow, it's simulation. Like, seconds per render frame. No way you're like running an engine. There's some like the position of every one of those particles down whatever chain you're sensing. But but somehow he's figured it out. He's made just little, and one of them's like a trumpet, and it's like, oh, he's got that's his engine simulator that is just box, no intake, no exhaust manifold, none of that. It's just air port and out of a port, but it has valves. Just the valve lift, the valve timing. I don't think in that one you can adjust the valve diameter. I think at a diameter, calculates by diameter, not as a circle representation. Pretty excited to see what that comes up with, and if it, like, because I have money. And money. Unsafe to me.
Sitting up here leaning on this thing the whole time.
Put up all the tools. My hope, after the cameras got delivered, that day, for the length of time that is probably, and less than, go ahead, front of my buddy. All the car stuff. All the car stuff will get there. Travel wrong, we'll order parts, we'll get it. Whatever after that, I was like, you got stuff, other stuff, you want me to do? Not, stuff like metal staircase, metal truck. Nope, one guy, like a guy wanted a backpack. And they're, hey, the cartel guys. They're the rich people. But the house is up there for whatever reason. Hey, this is 10 years ago, $500,000 houses. Hey, they're probably good. Most of these people, they've got garages as this whole house. 5 big garages that are mostly like but it's most of those guys are higher ranking, intelligence based. Well, funding for have I'm not gonna say I should. It is known as a counterintelligence. But along with that, some out there not allowed to say. Not because of that. My last job, my biggest job, kind of that way, where sometimes the things you don't say, not even worry about it. Or say these things. Topics. Like, multi-page conversation. Clearly, you're trying to stay up on subject. That's gonna give it a talk about. I worked in Vegas. Worked for JP. Everybody in Vegas knows. Go to eat, go to a bar. Like, hey, I work at JP Morgan. Fly out on the plane. That one region, Southern Nevada, it's like, everybody knows. Everybody's like, Vegas and Roswell. I mean, we're definitely here. And if someone sees something that they don't know what the hell it is flying around, obviously, nothing experimental. No, why would we? This today is all that we could ever build. No, we're still making new stuff. Sometimes it looks really funny. Sometimes it looks purpose. Make it look stupid on purpose. I have a feeling I know for the area. I saw a report once. Fill out, when the Army fills out after something occurred. Something happened, and now we gotta do things. But after the thing, other thing, or black redacted line, tells you where, and the face. I think my project line. Get out there with them. Listen, a fighter that could. The only way you can really do that. Do it. One face it down. Other one, housed inside, open exhaust pipe in the direction they want. This one will fit. But, for a kid, not safe. Put up in the air, and move. What is that? Knowing the Army is a thing. That is people. Bring the Army to the thing. Military base. Or, that's this cool machine. What do you do? Come on. So when I almost guarantee, I'm like 80% certain I'll go back. We're out there. For all that. And hey, them behind us. Back to the tow truck. Under the ground. Out. Under the ground. Happy face. Oh, what's the alien? Run back to town, tell all their friends. By the time Foxy gets back, right? Oh, but the guys that were flying the thing, don't put the guy's face. That I guarantee, that is what happened. You can have a facility that's out in the middle of nowhere that's 100 miles from one of two things to make that work. Somewhere on site, or somewhere nearby. That's the way to work. You gotta have people places. Okay. So what they do, find nearby towns. Now you have one. Talk about it. Top secret place. I never saw anything that other than like rental. Nothing out there. Really. I see what out there in the middle of nowhere. So, especially over there. You're over there. That's why they're work radars going off, going up. That's honestly the reason they're out there. His dad works out there. He's doing the research into, well, he's not doing the research. Gonna see the collaboration. Deals with robot arm on the other side. Control the stuff they're doing in the room by robotic arms and what have you.
Western people. They would sit on the planet for whatever, for 4 or 5 hours. That's funny. That's like not sure highly nerd. Fine, where hear the suit. So you hear the blunders of the sirens and the alarms. Picking up. The radiation is what is the weakness? The radiation most stuff that we've dealt with aside from Fox. Guys, accident. That's collide. find out, site assessment. Play around, but whatever, he lost track of where he was, or whatever reason. Over. Maybe that's it. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh. There. I'm done. There. That's fresh meat. Sponsors. What? Her router. She was saying flop. Restricted her to this. Yeah. Home. Told you once, stop helping. I don't care if your wife doesn't believe like yourself. Fly over, literally, over. 5 miles. So look, that's what I was. I'm supposed to be there. I wound up in the middle of it. Yeah, would have had any problem. Well, you know, that's what I want. Who's this? And, like, I'm gonna go right over the restricted airspace. Dude, you're right. Okay. No cell phone. Love that. Okay, fine. Get out there. One time I got back to on my phone, I'm just like, no reason. It was looking at you. I heard it. Somehow I was with them at a bowl. Now, you're gonna stroll around. Okay, this highway is fine. Roads, house. Oh yeah. Boy, what you doing, baby? Why? Like the stupid stuff Army guys do. I guess military. Air Force does it. Yes, sir. Thanks.
There. Sorry about that, folks. I always
happens. I always say sorry about that. Every single time. Got caught up talking to a buddy. It happens. Okay? It happens. Just shut up and leave me alone. You don't know me. Get off me. Get off my back. You're not my dad. I don't even want to put a wall up here yet until I know what I'm doing at the outlet. Which means, factually, I'm going to do this one last seam, this guy right here, and I'm just going to be done. Can't start the engine. Well, I could. There would be no issue starting the engine. Oh, 2 seams. Look at that. A, because it's quite cold outside and it takes a long time for this engine to warm up anyway. But B, it's not like I have to go anywhere. So, we're going to do this short side first. Oh. And 4. I don't know nothing about that. Okay. That seam is sealed. Looking for the other piece I cut. Right in front of me. If it was a snake, it done bit me. Oh. Kind of there-ish. Yeah. Okay. Coming together, man. Bam. 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 I think it's gonna be pretty good. But for now, it's cooling off. It's getting dark. I've got some computer things I would like to do tonight before I go to sleep. I got some stuff done. I got that half done. I actually got a lot further on it today than I initially thought I would. So that's a good thing. Now we're going to push the car, kind of back out of the garagey there. Just let it take part and brake off, let it roll. Bunch of hose clamps. So pardon me while I do that. Coolant here. Okay. So, recap time. Do people like recaps? I can't stand recaps. I despise recaps. I despise previously on, and I despise coming up next time on blah, 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 blah. I hate them so much. I have so much animosity for those things. It's not even funny. Go close the hood real quick. Alright. So, I do believe, I do believe that is it for today. think we got some stuff done. Built the power adapter. Still have to find the control panel and the harness so I can turn the fan on. Still gotta do that. Which, it's in here somewhere. It's gotta be in here somewhere. I wouldn't have taken it to storage. I have a feeling it's in that tote. Ugh! Ha! I didn't break it, you broke it. I have a feeling there's that tote right over there that I pulled out a little bit ago. But that box is coming together pretty good. And actually, I might do this same exact thing again with the AC. I might start working on the compressor bracket and figuring out the piping and do this all over again with the AC come warm days time, because I don't know if the heater core that I think I have chosen, evaporator core that I think I have chosen is going to be the deal, the thing that I need. So this is definitely going to be an iterative process as opposed to trying to design it all in one go. Just because there are some things that I don't know that I do need to figure out before the end product, and the only way to do that is to test and experiment. So, for the winter time, we'll try this Who's You What's It's here. Of course, I don't have an AC, so when I get fogging, I have to crack the window to let the fresh air in. And I don't have any way to dry the air, which means I get fogging a little bit worse than you might otherwise. But yeah. So I am done for the day. Getting cool. Getting dark. Last little bit of Monster. That's empty. And my day in the garage-agi is finished. I didn't figure out if Twitch would also be... Fucking hate Amazon, though. I really don't want to deal with Twitch. But part of me thinks that maybe streaming YouTube and Twitch simultaneously might not be the idea here. Anyway, lost in my own head. I do that. The garage door is closing. That is the cue for me to go inside. I will see you guys tomorrow, actually. I'll be back tomorrow. And the idea was to get there before Christmas. At this rate, I might get there on Christmas? It depends, because I still got to clean out the car and figure out how to mount that frickin' box to the blower box. I might do bendy duct for that, actually. 6-inch bendy duct. And just make a little adapter plate, which I would have to print. Yeah. I got some thinking to do tonight. I'll probably just go to Home Depot tomorrow and take a look at what they've got on the shelf, flanges and bendy ducts and what have you. And we'll see if we can't come up with a solution. But for the 15th time, I'm going inside. I'm done for the day. I will see you guys later. I hope you have a good night, a good day, a good morning, a good eat, a good electrocution if that's what you're into. I don't know. A good whatever. We'll see you guys in the next